This is for you. You who see how essential electricity is to people's lives every day. You who understand how we must reduce our CO2 emissions now. You who know that nuclear energy is a powerful source of low-carbon electricity. It is also an industry that demands unparalleled levels of safety and security. Yes, this is for you. You who know that for over 60 years, we have been designing and building nuclear steam supply systems. We have been developing and manufacturing components and fuel assemblies for all the major electrical utilities in the world. We have been delivering the heavy and mobile components needed for the nuclear island, as well as the instrumentation and control solutions. That we provide the maintenance and engineering services for more than 250 nuclear reactors around the world, and that we are participating in the construction of new reactors in France, China, Finland, and the United Kingdom. So yes, this is all for you. You who trust in the expertise, the experience, and the commitment of our 14,000 employees. Whether you be an electrical utility customer, engineer, new graduate, or simply a consumer of energy anywhere in the world, this film is for you, for each and every one of you, because you believe in nuclear energy, because you trust Framatome, because every day we are committed to serving our customers and working for energy that is competitive, reliable, and safe.
Bom dia, amigos. Good morning, everybody. We have a very special day today. We always talk about the future, but the future in the nuclear sector is now. Now we are going to talk about a small modular reactor, micro modular reactor. We are going to talk about the future that now is happening. The world is preparing to launch maybe the first small modular reactor in 28, 29, something like that. We believe that is going to happen. And Brazil has a very good opportunity to take part in these markets. We can produce the fuel. It's possible. We can produce the small modular reactor. We have the example with the Marines that in this moment is construction, is preparing the project of our nuclear propulsion submarine. And that is what we are going to talk today. And to take part in this process is very important to have the best people that work in this area. We have a panel at this moment that we are going to talk about SMR, the future of nuclear energy. And to moderate it, I want to invite Mr. Giovanni Machado, Economic Studies Director of EPA. Please, Giovanni. I want to invite Mr. Dorehan, Chair of the SMR Platform Implementation Team of the International Agency Energy Atomic. Please, Mr. Dorehan. Thank you. Please. I want to invite not Mr. Nivald, it's wrong here. Sorry, Mr. Brandão. They take part of the team of GESEL, of the Federal University of Rio de Janeiro. And this team has just prepared a very small book for us, about 1,000 pages of analysis of how to introduce the SMR in our matrix and all the barrier that it's going to happen. And he stay here to talk with us. Please, Mr. Roberto Brandão. Well, Giovanni, the microphone is yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Celso. Celso is doing an amazing job having Abden together with Tayana and all the events and representation of the interests of stakeholders in industry, nuclear industry in Brazil. Thank you so much for that, Celso. Well, today we will have, well, first, good morning, everyone. I hope everyone is comfortable today and well seated. Okay, as a brief opening remarks, I would say that there is a lot of hope and enthusiasm for SMR in nuclear industry and its role in the energy transition. Going to the, let's say, the dynamics of the panel, I would say that we will have a 1.5 hours of panel with 3 panelists and speakers. The third one is just arriving. He had some problems, but he will be there in some minutes. And each one will have 20 minutes each, and afterwards we will have some 30 minutes of Q&A. I would like to introduce and give the floor to Mr. Dorehan from International Atomic Energy Agency to provide his presentation. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. May I have the slides? Thank you. Good morning, everyone. It's my real pleasure to briefly present the global status and IAEA activities on SMR. As you know, there are two main drivers for utilization of nuclear power. We can think of climate change mitigation and also energy supply security, as we have witnessed the impact coming from the conflicts between those two countries in Europe. About 20% of final energy consumption is in the form of electricity. And nuclear provides about 10% of electricity. And renewables are covering about 25%. So about 35% of the electricity is coming from clean sources. So there is a room for expansion of nuclear power. And also, nuclear can be utilized for non-electrical applications as well. And currently, there are 32 countries which have operating nuclear power plants. And about 30 countries are interested in introducing nuclear power into their energy mix. And of course, there are challenges for expanded use of nuclear energy. And innovation is the key. There are many areas where we need innovation. Sometimes institutional, legal, and regulatory, all different areas. But let me focus on technical innovation. We talk a lot about SMRs and Gen 4 type reactors and non-electrical applications, and also integrated energy systems, which consist of SMRs with flexible operation and also intermittent renewables. And also, most important thing is that these technical innovations should be made quickly, in time, so that we can have an opportunity to contribute to climate change mitigation and also energy security. So timing is quite important. About a couple of weeks ago, there was a G7 meeting on nuclear energy forum in Japan. G7 energy ministers met and they issued a communique. And Article 70 is about nuclear energy. And this article says small modular reactors can contribute to clean and secure energy mix. So the potential of SMR is properly recognized among G7 countries. This is a snapshot of all different SMR designs under development. It's a very busy slide. As you can see, they are in different stages of development. Two are under operation. 3 are under construction. There are about 80 different designs in different stages for development. The size is different, and also their coolants, fuels are different. And on top of that, their location of deployment is different. Some of them are land-based, some of them are marine-based. So lots of varieties in the details of SMRs under development. So let me briefly introduce some of the SMR projects which has somewhat well-defined timelines. Argentina is working on CAREM with first criticality goal of 26. Canada is working on microreactors and also working on BWRX. And China is operating high-temperature gas-cooled reactor HTRPM. And also, China is constructing ACP-100 in Hainan area. And France is working with Duarts. And Japan is continuing their work on high-temperature gas-cooled reactors. Korea is working on integrated, innovative, integral PWR type SMR with the goal of standard design approval by 2029. And Russia is operating KLT-40S, which is a floating nuclear power plant, already from 2019. And Russia is constructing Brest OD-300, which is a lead-cooled fast reactor. Sweden is working on Sealer reactor, and UK is also working on Rolls-Royce SMR with the goal of first commercial operation by 2030. And also they are working on smaller size SSRU. And in the US, there are many different designs with different stages of development. But if we introduce just one, we can talk about NuScale's Voyager SMR. It went through some regulatory licensing process, and its target operation date of the first unit is 2029. As you have seen, there are many SMRs under development in different stages, and they are having some challenges before successful deployment. The demonstration of safety and operational performance is essential because some of these designs are innovative. Their technologies were not properly demonstrated yet. And economic competitiveness should be also demonstrated through the modularization and serial construction in different countries with robust supply chain. And of course, due to the global deployment in different countries, harmonization of licensing framework is essential. And of course, for embarking countries and also operating countries without constructing new nuclear power plants for such a long time, they may need to check their infrastructures to see whether existing infrastructure is relevant for introduction of new designs of SMRs. Now, this is a very brief introduction of IAEA activities on SMR. It will take quite some time to introduce each of these activities, but these activities cover different areas, starting from technology, safety, security, safeguards, and legal aspects. And we are developing and maintaining a very comprehensive database on different SMR designs. And also, we provided model technology roadmaps especially for embarking countries. And we are assessing the economics of SMRs. And also, we started working on safeguards area as well. Because there are many different designs, we started having a discussion with the developers at the very early stage of development so that safeguards perspectives can be properly incorporated into their design from the very early stage. And commissioning and operation is also an important area. We are talking about multi-modules, and we don't know how we are going to operate all those many number of modules. And also, we started working fuel cycle, waste, and even decommissioning aspects of SMR. And we also are developing the milestones approach for SMR. We already have a very well-established milestones approach which provide assistance to embarking countries for development of infrastructure necessary for their introduction of nuclear power plants. Our focus has been on large nuclear power plants. Now we are checking whether existing milestones approach can be applicable to small modular reactors with different design specifications. Safety and security is also an important area, and we have SMR regulators forum in place for quite some time. And also, we are checking the applicability of existing IAEA safety standards and security guides to SMRs. And also, we are working on harmonization of regulatory framework and also industries. And we recently updated our methodology for assessment of different SMR designs. Let me highlight some of the examples of our activities. We have technical working group on SMR. This technical working group provides a framework for our member states to share information on their SMR-related activities, and also they promote cooperation among themselves. And also, this technical working group provides recommendations to the agency for our future activities to address their member states' needs. Every 4 years, the members are changing. For the term from last year until 2025, we have 20 member states, including Brazil, and we have 4 international organizations as observers as well. And there are 3 technical subgroups working on different areas. One first group is working on technology roadmap and the revision, update of existing technology roadmap, which was requested by Brazilian member of this technical working group. And second working group is working on R&D aspects, codes and standards, and preparation for operation. And the other subgroup is working on non-electric applications. SMR platform was established about a couple of years ago. This platform serves as a focal point for all agency activities in the field of SMR and their applications. And this platform provides a coordinated support and expertise from across the entire agency, because SMR needs expertise from different areas. The coordination becomes very important so that we can provide better and comprehensive assistance to address member states' requests. This photo is from last year's General Conference side event, focusing on the achievement of SMR platform. And also, under this SMR platform, we have SMR portal, which provides all relevant information about agencies' activities, including meetings and publications on SMR and their non-electrical applications. And this platform recently developed medium-term strategy, which covers the period up until 2029. The objective is to provide very comprehensive and systematic assistance to our member states who are interested in SMRs. And there are 7 different objectives, which covers many different areas. And currently, we are developing high-level action plan to implement each of these 7 strategic objectives. And under the SMR platform, we are now collaborating on the energy system modeling for net zero with SMRs. And this collaboration is under the amended practical arrangement, which was signed between APDAN and IAEA last September. And right now, we are developing the details on how to collaborate, and we hope that the discussion on the detailed plan is completed as soon as possible, so that the progress with this collaboration can be presented at the upcoming meeting on International Conference on Climate Change and the Role of Nuclear Power in October of this year. And this is a slide regarding nuclear harmonization and standardization initiative, so-called NESI. This NESI initiative was launched last year in June, and the objective is to support harmonization of regulatory approaches and harmonization and standardization of industrial approaches. This is very broad and high level, and more specifically regarding the regulatory approaches, we promote information exchange among regulatory authorities, and we will be working on international pre-licensing regulatory reviews, and then we will try to learn from each other based upon their own experiences. And for industry track, we are developing user requirements and common approaches for codes and standards, and we are thinking of using big experimental facilities for many different countries to improve efficiency. And also, we are trying to accelerate the development of nuclear infrastructure necessary for SMRs. And finally, we have a couple of upcoming events. As you know, there is a growing interest in floating nuclear power plants for different reasons. They can be used for electricity generation, desalination, heating, and everything. So we are going to have a focused discussion on this matter at the International Symposium on this topic in November. And also, we are organizing a very big international conference on SMR next year. We are going to cover various topics which need to be addressed properly for development and deployment and oversight of SMRs. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thank you for this enlightening presentation. It's my pleasure now to invite, just a little bit, Roberto, to invite Clayton Silva, Energy Research Analyst from NT2E, to be with us. And now that we are complete, please fasten your seatbelt because we are going to the future. Roberto, who is a senior research from Giselle, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Well, while I wait for the presentation, it's not here yet. It's a pleasure to be with you here. And I'm from Giselle, which is the electric sector research group. We are at the Federal University of Rio de Janeiro. At the Economics Institute, most of us, we are economists, although the team includes several engineers too, don't be worried. And we are a group with more than 100 people, researchers mostly. Most of them work part-time and come from the university, and we have a smaller team which is full-time, like myself. And we are a research group for the electric sector, and we are also a think tank with a large presence in social media and conventional media also. So we have been working with Abdam for some time on the theme of nuclear reactors, and basically thinking what should be done, what should be done in the next several years actually, in order to create the preconditions for the introduction of small nuclear reactors in Brazil. That's the goal. It's not a short-term goal. The first nuclear reactors are yet to be operational for most users, and to have a widespread introduction of small nuclear reactors, they will have to be mass-produced. and we're not there yet also. That will take some time. So the hope we have, Mr. Han, is that by mass producing nuclear reactors, prices will go down, and then they will become attractive. But before that, there's much to do, because the nuclear sector is complex. It's more complex than most of the other energy activities, and that requires quite a lot of time in order to create the preconditions to introduce a new technology. And so, well, I can say it here. So the basic thing is, the background is decarbonization, the Paris Agreement, the commitment of most countries to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and we're sure that nuclear energy will play a role in that, and that's in substituting fossil fuel generation. And we had some challenges during the pandemic and the Ukraine war that actually played a role in accelerating many of the plans of decarbonization, mostly in Europe, and also making fossil fuel more expensive. That makes other technologies more competitive. And so we are, with the commitments to decarbonization, are making renewables grow, and they are growing fast, and they are going to grow faster in the coming years, because they are technologies that are already mature recently, but already, so it's cheap. In Brazil, it's dirt cheap to install wind and solar, and that's why they're growing fast. But also there's a need for firming technologies. Renewables are not firm, and you have to figure out somehow how to firm the system regarding applications for the electric system, of course. And then nuclear reactors may play a role, important role, mainly if they are made flexible. Flexibility is important for the coming years, because the rest of the system has to compensate for the variations of renewable sources. And the technological innovations are SMR, and we will see in the coming years how good they are. And well, but Brazil currently is experimenting a fast growth of renewable power plants, and also we have a policy in place that's reflected in the 2050 EPE and Ministry of Mines and Plan, Ministry of Mines and Energy plan for 2050 and for 2031, which are the last editions of the official plans. They forecast new nuclear power plants. Of course, we have a change of government recently here, and those things may be reevaluated or not, but the current commitment is to build at least one more nuclear power plant and several more in the future. There was a change recently in the current in the state monopoly in Brazil. Brazil nuclear energy was a state monopoly, and that's changing. The change is happening, and we need regulatory innovations to reduce risks and to guarantee private investment. So we may have private investment, but all the preconditions have to be created, and that's a process. And so the action plan that we propose to have done is collaborate and subsidize the authorities of the electric sector regarding the development of small modular reactors. This needs public policies. Brazil has adopted several public policies regarding the growth of renewables, for example, and decentralized energy, and probably for the proper introduce of small nuclear reactors, the same will have to happen again, to induce investments in the production chain and enable the adoption of technological innovation. We had a very good experience, for instance, of wind energy in Brazil, where the government organized some auctions that at the time contracted expensive wind generation, but that created the base for what was to be a very cheap source of energy in the later years, as the industry installed in Brazil and the production chain was installed in Brazil too. So we have an issue of private participation in nuclear energy, which investment risk, these activities will have to be de-risked, otherwise you will have difficulty in attracting private interest. And also, there are still limits imposed by the state monopoly for the nuclear sector. So the public policies, there are many that can be implemented, and we are focusing here on the main goal, which is in the here. I like this. Yeah, that's the first time I see it. Enhancement of public policy. That's news for me. So we need a legal, infra-legal, and regulatory framework focused on opening the state monopoly, included proposal for decrees and laws. That's probably, there are many things that must be done, but probably that's the most important thing in the short term. Also, we need to work in energy planning to expand the contributions to the improvement of energy studies. Giselle does work a lot of that, and also consider SMRs. We have a methodology, and we want to study that further with the international agency to evaluate new technologies, not to know how much they cost, but how much they are worth for the system that we imagine that Brazil will have in the future, and we'll work on that. And so we have to have a capacity for qualified technical scientific dialogue and involve research groups in universities in Brazil and abroad, and mainly in topics related to SMR, and also make partnerships with EPE, CNPE, MME, and ONS in order to gather, in order to build a qualified discussion on the theme, and to know really what are the barriers and what are the possibilities and what are the costs that may make this technology interesting for widespread adoption. Regulation, as I said, is the main issue. We think that is the main topic. And we have several levels of regulation, technical regulation, which is not what Giselle does. We are economists. We don't understand a lot about technical regulation, although it's critical. And of course, in nuclear energy, which is very complex and potentially dangerous, that's critical. Technical regulation, technical standards. We have an agency in Brazil for that, CINEM. And our main goal here is to think about economic regulation. What can be done, or what can be done to make small nuclear reactors a possibility in the future. And we have some topics in regulation that transcend these institutions that were mentioned before, like licensing reactors. That's an international issue, actually. There's also the question of environmental licensing and analysis. Will it be easier to license a small nuclear reactor? We think so, but that's also a challenge. We don't have a reference in Brazil for that, and that will have to be created at some moment. And also the question of waste disposal, which is also a very important issue. Are there advantages for small nuclear reactors? That's also regulatory issues that should be addressed. The other topic is industrial policy. So as far as the world trends we have now, the main trend is the energy transition. That's a long-term trend. We don't see that trend being reverted. On the contrary, at least for now, what we see is the decarbonization will go on forward in the coming years faster than it used to be, and that's in part due to the Ukraine war crisis and the rise in fossil fuel prices. We also have another world trend, which is polarization between US and China. And also we have trends in the nuclear production chain, technological innovations and increase demand for enriched uranium. And that's in part a consequence also of the Ukraine war, a trend for supply contracts with friendly nations. And that creates opportunities also for industrial policy, for the expansion and consolidation of the nuclear energy ecosystem. Brazil does have an nuclear industry, although small. We have it here, and so we may develop in the coming years that ecosystem. Still regarding industrial policy, the ideal scenario is to have an industrial policy for SMRs. What's the problem here? We have a technology without a defined technological route. As we saw in Mr. Hahn's presentation, there are many projects. Each one have a different design and different requirements, and that's a challenge. And what should be done? What are the action? Prioritize reinforcement and deepening of existing production chain. We do have, for instance, uranium mining and processing in Brazil, and of course those the compatible routes should be emphasized, prioritized. Another issue is the creation of a scholarship program. Most of the people that have been formed in the past to work in the nuclear energy, most of them are retiring or will retire in the coming years, so we have to recompose the capacity to supply qualified labor in an industry that requires it. And we can also think of cooperation agreements with educational institutions. So as far as industry policy is concerned, there's a crisis now, international crisis, that creates restrictions in trade with Russia, which is an important member of the nuclear community. That also creates opportunities and that for other producers of uranium mining, refinement, and enrichment. So that would be that can be an opportunity for Brazil in the coming years. We also have a chapter here on financing. although financing is not really the issue for nuclear energy, there are some slides I go through fast. If you have a source of revenue, of a predictable revenue for anything in the electric sector in Brazil, you have financing. We have gone past that stage in Brazil. We have a national development bank, and we have a capital market that has been used frequently in the past to increase the generation and the transmission capacity in Brazil in line with the consumption. So that is the main topic is, do we have a source of revenue, a source of predictable revenue? Yes, we will finance it. And of course, there are also some institutions that are very interesting to address at this stage where we are, like FINEP, for instance, which finances innovation, and that's more in what we have in the short term for financing lines to support the development of the industry. The big loans for building the infrastructures are not really the problem. Okay, those are sources of money for the innovation in general, but that can be addressed for the nuclear sector. I won't go into detail. And also, this is an important point. As I said, we need human resources training and research infrastructure. We're in a complex business that requires that. And also, my time is going out, so we need research infrastructure, of course, human resources training programs. That should be made by corporations within international technology centers. We're not alone. This is an international community. And we also have to build and maintain laboratory infrastructures for SMRs. Regarding corporations, it's also critical. Partnerships with international centers and institutions are essential for the development of roots and technology niches for an emerging economy. Also, we have to present information in a transparent manner. People are scared of all things nuclear, and so transparency in information is very important. Make symposia like this one, monitoring systematically projects, establishing participation in international meetings focused on SMRs. These are goals for Abidão, of course, and also promote cooperation between Brazilian centers of excellence and international technology centers. And finally, a communication plan. So Abidão and the nuclear sector must communicate well, not only within the community, but outside the community, with the government stakeholders and with the general public. Well, my time has expired, but my presentation has ended exactly at the same time. So, okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Roberto, for keep us on time. And now I have the pleasure to invite Clayton Silva to give his presentation. Clayton, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you. I would like to thank the invitation to be here today. I greet the panelists here today. I would like to present today, to share with you some of the work, some of the activities that we have been doing at EPE to treat the small modular reactors and how to fit the advantages of these new technologies in our energy matrix in Brazil. I am a representative of one group of studies in energy, nuclear energy that we have in EPE. And I know that the most of you already know EPE, but I would like to make a brief introduction to our company. EPE is a governmental body. It was created in 2004, and our principal activities, our main activities is provide studies, technical studies to support the Ministry of Mines and Energy in their activities. This is our mission, carry high quality studies and research to support the planning and the development of national energy and policy. Here there are a sample of some of our studies that we have. They are all available to consult and download in our website. Some of them we are released annually, other only on when specific questions must be discussed. We also have some interactive tools that can be consulted in our website. But today, I would like to emphasize, I will highlight our two plans that we have. One plan in a medium term and one plan at long term. I will emphasize, just to save time, I will emphasize our long-term plan, the PNA 2050. This plan, the PNA, it's a plan, a long-term plan. It has a range of 30 years in which we analyze each source of energy. We can analyze them. We can understand some trends related to this source. We can analyze possible technological routes for each one of these energy source. We can make, as it is a long-range term, we have time to analyze possible issues, possible challenges to the increase of that specific source, and we can make recommendations in order to create a better environment, a better energy policy that can help this or that source to be more competitive at the future. And at this plan, we used to run some scenarios to analyze how will our energy matrix can improve. And in this plan, we analyzed between we run it 64 different scenarios or simulations. And we used two scenarios to analyze strictly the nuclear energy. And the scenarios that I would like to emphasize here, it's one scenario in which we analyze significant cost of reduction in CAPEX and OPEX to nuclear energy. I'll try to use here that button that this is the first scenario in which we can see a significant reduction. It's an aggressive reduction of 50% of the cost of CAPEX and OPEX to nuclear energy. And the results of our scenario, it was that if the nuclear energy decrease, have this rate of discount, we can reach till 10% of, we can see here by this bar, we can reach till 10% of participants on our matrix till 55 if we have this rate of discount. Well, to reach such discount, to reach such results, we analyze, and there are several challenges to reach this discount, to reach these numbers, and we recommended some issues that not issues, but we made some recommendations to increase the competitiveness and to create a better environment to nuclear in this case. One of them is a review and update of the nuclear policy in Brazil. In fact, it is already happening. In 2008, we had, it was published the Brazilian nuclear policy. Following this publication, that decree, we had a lot of others. We had a lot of others publications that updated some legislations and resolutions to create an environment more appropriated to the development of nuclear activism in Brazil. So this policy, nuclear policies have been changed in Brazil. And the other point that we analyzed that we need to understand it, which technology could reach that rate of discount. And analyzing the different roads, we found that SMRs could be the answer of the nuclear industry to this challenge. We started analyzing the SMRs around the world, the models that are being proposed, and we analyzed the trade-off between one and other, between SMRs and large nuclear reactors, the common characteristics that SMRs have in common, and we started making questions related. Okay, let's take these models and let's analyze how they can be fit in our market, because we have very different technology. Not different technology itself, we already know that the technology it's very known and established, but with several other applications to SMRs, very different. SMRs are much more flexible in several applications. We need to understand how much flexible it really is and how we can apply in these advantages in our matrix, in our applications. And which policy we need to change, for example, or regulations we need to change to apply and to take advantage of these advantages. So we made several questioning ourselves, and we grouped these questions into group of main themes. And and after that we made some partnerships with some institutions to help us and to study, joint studies about these questions that we have. One of them, it's a partnership with International Atomic Energy Agency, in which we are coordination, EPE is now in the coordination of one group of study, which the principal objective is exactly what I'm saying. It's to analyze the SMRs, try to explore their advantages, because as we have several models, some of them can be more appropriated for some applications, some of them may not. So we need to analyze for each country which one could be better, and the policies that we need to change in order to increase its competitiveness. And this group, it's open. I mean, it's active at international agency, and that's it. The second initiative that we had, the partnership, was a joint study between Brazil and the United States, in which EPE and the Ministry of Mines and Energy made and studying with the US Department of Energy and Idaho National Laboratory. And at this study, we analyzed specifically 4 SMRS models, 4 North American SMRS models, and how they can fit, and how would be the challenge to their applications in Brazil. These studies, it have just released. You can access this document in our website. This week, this study was published in our website. And the third initiative, it's a partnership with ABDAM, EPE and ABDAM, and it's a permanent forum for small modular reactors. It's a series of technical meetings when the forum was created in 2022. And the forum itself, it's a series of technical meetings in which we analyze more specific questions. And it's very interesting, this forum, because we have the opportunity to talk with the technicians of the manufacturers of the industry. So we have a more close contact with the designs, with the persons which are working on the development of SMRs. And last year we had 4 technical meetings. Each meeting we have a main theme, which we broke down into more specific questions. Each one of these themes, we can have 2 or more technical meetings to treat that in specific. And the next meetings will be, we have 3 meetings yet to be held in 2023. The next meeting, if I'm not mistaken, will be next Friday, and in which we'll talk about non-electrical applications of SMRs. These technical meetings I emphasize, they are we like a lot this environment of discussion, because we can chat with the technicians, we can understand some concerns that they have. It's an environment of exchange of experience and impressions related to this theme. Here, from now on, what we have from now on, I'd like to emphasize that we believe that SMRs have a great opportunity from now on. We have seen that very institutions that in one time may have criticized the nuclear energy. Today some of them, a lot of them have changed their minds, and they now are recognizing the importance of nuclear energy to our goals to this moment of decarbonization necessity that we have. So we believe that this may be, it's a very important discussion when we analyze the path to net zero, that it's 2050. We can see that hydropower and nuclear, they will have a very important role in this path to net zero. And Brazil will also have our paths to reach this net zero. And although our electrical matrix is not carbon intensive, any source that enter with low emission will be a very important to reach these results till 2050. And that's it. I would like to also to emphasize the necessity, because we are making our studies, the SMRs are about to be put in operation. Several models are already reaching the maturity stage, but before the installation, before we really accept choose the place, we need to analyze the stakeholders' involvement in a process. Nuclear energy, nuclear sector, it must be much more than that. We need to bring the population, we need to bring the society to this discussion. And as this figure shows, we have several stakeholders' involvement, and all of them, the treat with them must be balanced to reach our objectives of the development of SMRs. Some key message: we recognize the role of the nuclear energy at this great transition energy that we have. We highlight some advantages of this kind of energy of source. We are changing we are updating our legislation to create a better environment to the source. We recognize the opportunities, and we recognize also we highlight the necessity or the opportunity to nuclear extend its market beyond of the electricity, and we can see it can happen with the hydrogen production, desalinization, and other non-electrical applications of this energy, and the engagement and communication with the communities. That's it, what we are doing at EP at the moment, and thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much, Clayton. As we just saw, we had three different very excellent presentations that brought us a lot of food for thoughts, and so now we are getting into a Q&A section. So first, I would like to pose a question for Mr. Dohin Hall from the agency, International Atomic Energy Agency. Well, you have introduced SMR platform during your presentation. Can you elaborate a little bit about how it works and what are the major tasks ongoing under the SMR platform?
Yes, thank you. As I briefly explained, SMR platform was established a couple of years ago. There were growing numbers of member states' requests for the assistance on their special needs related to SMRs. And those requests were received in different parts of the agency, As you know, IAEA is a very big organization with different structures. We didn't have a mechanism to share the information about our activities on SMRs. So sometimes our assistance was not complete in its content. Sometimes there were duplications, but we didn't have any well-established communication mechanism among ourselves. So the SMR platform was established to improve our internal communication, to share information, and to avoid duplications, and also to promote synergies by our collaboration internally, so that member states can receive better, more systematic, and comprehensive assistance. That was the first objective. And the second objective of that platform was to address our member states' request in a more systematic way. If we receive member states' request under the SMR platform, then SMR platform will try to figure out the best mechanism under which we can provide the assistance to address those specific requests. Most of the cases, we need the expertise from all different areas. So the SMR platform consists of about 20 manager-level experts from all across the agency. So they can be mobilized as needed, and we have a monthly regular meeting to share information and also to review the progress of our activities on the assistance for our member states. Those are the key points. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Roberto, in your presentation, you have explored different challenges in the XMR roadmap for Brazil, and also some opportunities. What is the main challenge, in your opinion, to reach those opportunities in the market?
Well, there are challenges at different levels. At a more fundamental level, the main challenge is to see costs are driven down internationally first. That's the main, if that happens, and we believe that may happen in the coming years, we may have a rush to SMRs, because they provide things that renewable variable generation does not. So they're an interesting technology, and that has also for Brazil spillover for at this moment small industry, but that can grow if there are opportunities. So the main challenge is to bring costs down, and that will come with mass production. Otherwise, it won't. If you build, for instance, a wind farm, a wind generator, if you custom build it, it will be very expensive. It's not expensive because it's mass produced. And if we arrive at this, at that, prices may come down, and that's the critical, I would say, international issue. It's not, Brazil won't do it alone. We will probably explore a possibility that will be created abroad and expand it in Brazil. Internally, we're not prepared for that yet. Our industry, nuclear industry, has been developing, but very slowly. We have a human resource problem issue. As I mentioned, many people that were formed, it's very expensive to form human resources for the nuclear industry. Many of them have retired or are to retire in the coming years, and that's a big issue. If we don't, if we're unable to form a workforce for that, the opportunity will be small for Brazil. That's also a big challenge. And the other big challenge is to create the preconditions for the introduction of the SMR. Our regulation is improving, but we're not there yet. Maybe it's too soon. We don't expect SMRs to be online in the next few years in Brazil. It's a medium-term possibility, but it will be a very interesting opportunity for the electric sector, but also for other activities. For instance, for hydrogen production, if costs are brought down, it can be very efficient. You won't have to generate electricity, and so you lose half the energy, more or less, that you had in the first place. The thermal energy can use a more direct approach that can be very efficient. And also there are other uses like the naval uses for the nuclear submarine, for instance, or for isolated uses. So there are many uses possible. The main challenge is to bring down costs through standardization and mass production. And Brazil won't do this alone. What we can do is do our part to be prepared for a very interesting technology that may be arising in the coming years. But renewables, we talk about renewables. Renewables are great, but they are limited to, you end up having to have lots of storage and flexible demand and generation in order to compensate for the unpredictability of these sources. So what we will have in the future is a set of different technologies that will supply with energy needs and with other needs of society, non-carbon emitting sources, and nuclear is of course an option.
Okay, thank you, Roberto. So, if I understood correct, just to wrap up, you just pointed the three main challenges: driving costs down through mass production, enhance human capital formation and skills, and to improve legal and regulatory framework. So that's right. Okay, thank you, Clayton. You just present to us that EP is carrying on several activities in SMRs in Brazil. Which one is more challenging, in your opinion?
About the activities that we are doing, yes, I believe that we have one of the questions that we have about SMRs is it's about their diversity, as we have a diversity of SMRs, and they change. Because when we analyze the nuclear energy, the large reactors, we have a very established idea of how can we use them, how can they will produce energy, they are established. And when we are going to the SMRs, we have several other applications, and analyze which application we can use in our matrix. It's at this moment maybe one challenge, because some of them are already in a maturity level, others not. And without this assurance about the real capabilities of the SMRs, it brings us some difficulties to analyze how to fit them into our market, as they have several. What is happening with the SMRs is that it's a transition technology, and so that we have several models. It's normal when a transition process of technologies. So by analyzing each one we need to group of them into different applications and try to find the best how to get the better of each model or each group of model. And I believe that this is the question that we have there.
Okay, thank you. So the bottom line is that there is a lot of complexity, several different designs with different consequences to analyze. So at this phase, there is too many designs yet, so it's hard to compare different designs with different, let's say, applicability for the energy planning, because there are different situations and so on. So that's the points. Thank you. Mr. Ham, there is a growing interest in fluorine nuclear power plants globally. And the symposium which IAEA is going to hold later this year on this topic seems to be quite interesting. Can you introduce some of the topics which will be covered at the symposium?
Yes, thank you. About a year ago, the agency received a request from some oil industry. That oil industry was interested in using SMR for their businesses, oil and gas in international waters. Some of the consultants said to the oil industry that SMR is immediately available for their use. So they asked us whether it's really a practical idea. So we started looking at it, and then we realized that it's not that easy. Existing national and international norms for that concept of deployment is not ready yet. So within the agency, we started collecting the information about potential issues for the deployment of floating nuclear power plants. Floating nuclear power plants have different modes of deployment. For example, if you think about where it is going to be deployed, it can be very close to coastline or away from the coastline. When it is away from the coastline, it can be national waters. Sometimes it can be international waters. Depending upon where you are going to use it, the rules and regulations will be very different. And also, we can think of who will be the supplier, who will be owner, and who will be the operator. It can have the same nationality, but it can be different. It can be international. So depending upon this kind of modes of deployment, there are potential issues. And we can think of potential issues from safety, security, safeguards, and liability for development, deployment, and operation. So these are the topics we are going to discuss. And as an outcome of this symposium, we can think of somewhat identified potential issues for the deployment of these various modes of floating nuclear power plant. And at the same time, we are going to make some suggestions on future actions from different organizations to address these identified potential issues. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Roberto, you briefly mentioned the international context and it brings us to geopolitics. Do you see opportunities for Brazil in SMR fuel supply to global markets in the future due to geopolitics context?
I think that the opportunities are not restricted to SMRs. Brazil has the ore, the mining capabilities, which we will have to develop if we are to export. And there's an interest, international interest, at least for now, in substituting Russian exports, namely. And that's an opportunity. That's not for SMRs. That's for the Brazilian industrial mining and refining industry. We can develop that, and opening that activity to private investment may make it much easier to take part in this movement that we have right now. That's not related to SMRs. SMRs will arrive later on. That's immediate. It's not only with uranium, but in gas and oil too. There's a reshifting of the supply chain, the energy supply chain internationally, and the idea is to have friendly. I'm not a specialist in geopolitics, but friendly suppliers, or at least diversified suppliers of critical energy commodities. And Brazil does have an opportunity in that place to expand. We have reserves, we have a small industry, but we do have an industry, and we have an opportunity to develop that. And that's not related to SMRs, but that's something we should do if we can.
Okay, thank you so much. Clayton, could you say some, well, first, I would like to point out that recently, this is important, EPE has become associated to EPRI in the Advantage Nuclear Technology Program. And one of the main aims is to reinforce EPE's skills and capacity building in site selection for new nuclear power plants, including SMRs. So, could you say some words about key priorities, in your opinion, about site selections?
Of course. I did it's you remember the EPRI Association, and this is another initiative that we have made in EPE in order to increase our technical capacity. It's very interesting. And about SMR's location or studies of siting studies, we have several characteristics that we must analyze with SMRs. The first of them is we can't apply the same regulatory framework that we adopted to traditional reactors. Otherwise, we won't take the advantage of the locational flexibility of SMRs. This is one point. And as we present one point, we started making some questions related to it. Well, if we can flexibility, the location, this flexibility means that we are get closer to the consumption areas, or close to cities, or okay. If we are taking this as a this premise, how can we? We'll need to. The first point, we'll need to negotiate more. We need to make the population participate of this process. This is one of the greatest points that we need to consider. And that's why we need to consider the community as a stakeholder since the beginning of the process, not at the moment that when we are already choose a technology. We need to bring the society to discuss the problem, to discuss the source that we want. And because when we present to the society, okay, we are planning to build a nuclear facility near your home, the first reaction is to refuse. But when you bring the population to participate of the discussions, you give them the opportunity to understand with its time, to understand the technology, to analyze the benefits and the benefits that technology can bring to them, and to build with them an opinion, a public opinion that can increase the public acceptance to this technology. This is one of the points that we can analyze. And when we talk about SMRs, as we have several other opportunities to other business opportunities, for example, we also have possibilities to choose areas that weren't possible to choose before. And but this is, I believe that the popular participation, the community participation of the discussion, it's the main point that we need to consider. And of course, the policy that we need to adapt to the regulatory framework that we need to adapt in order to understand. We need to analyze which technology of SMRs we are choosing, because before choose the placement, the siting, we need to know which technological route we choose. And we have several characteristics or challenges to analyze, but I believe that we are on the way to solve these issues.
Thank you so much, Clayton. Well, we just landed back from the future, and if I may wrap up the panel, I would say that we have seen several challenges, but let's say a lot of opportunities related to SMRs for the future. So we have a lot of work to do, a lot of challenges to overcome, but the let's say the prize is there, the opportunities are there. So before close the session, I would like to thank all the panelists for being so collaborative and strict on time. It was very easy to moderate this panel. Also, I would like to thank Abdan, particularly Celso and Tayana, for the invitation to moderate this panel. And now we will have a video from a sponsor, and then a 10 minutes break for coffee, and also to have questions with the panelists, because we don't have enough time to open the questions here. So please, if we can have the video. Okay. Okay.
Our society deserves consistent, reliable energy to power our lives. Our planet needs that power source to be safe, clean, and environmentally friendly. Holtec's SMR 160 is a safe and secure source of carbon-free energy positioned to fulfill the world's energy needs. This small modular reactor produces zero emissions, requires a small footprint, and most importantly, is intrinsically safe and secure. The SMR-160 prototype incorporates passive features of its operation to ensure the utmost safety and reliability. All safety systems are within its containment, making them secure from any potential external threats. It has the potential to power a small community or a large industrial or commercial facility, and can take up as little as 4 acres. SMR-160 can be used anywhere in the world, including the most arid desert areas, thanks to its flexible use of either a standard cooling water system or an air cooling system in lieu of the large quantity of plant service cooling water used in traditional facilities. SMR-160 uses less water, produces no greenhouse gases or pollutants, and has a small footprint. It can be effortlessly constructed and used in the most inhospitable locations of our planet, ensuring every population a safe and reliable means of power. Holtec's SMR-160 is not a dream for the future. It is now. For more information, log on to www.smrllc.com.
Thank you so much, everyone, for the attention and time. The session, the panel is closed. Thank you so much.
A Amazu foi criada para desenvolver tecnologias para o Programa Nuclear da Marinha, Programa Nuclear Brasileiro e Programa de Desenvolvimento de Submarinos. O Programa Nuclear da Marinha tem o duplo objetivo de projetar e construir um reator de potência inteiramente nacional e produzir seu combustível. Essas tecnologias serão usadas no futuro submarino, com propulsão nuclear e também para a geração de energia elétrica. A Amazu participa do Programa de Desenvolvimento de Submarinos, cuja missão é garantir a soberania do território marítimo brasileiro e proteger as imensuráveis riquezas que ele abriga. A Amazu tem o compromisso de entregar à nação tecnologia, conhecimento e profissionais capacitados em energia nuclear e defesa. Os projetos em que atua ampliam o acesso de toda a sociedade a inovações e conveniências que ajudam a melhorar a saúde e qualidade de vida da população. A Amazu contribui ativamente para a geração de energia elétrica limpa para todos, fabricando, junto com a Marinha do Brasil, ultracentrífugas, usadas para o enriquecimento do urânio destinado às usinas nucleares, e trabalhando com a eletronuclear na expansão da vida útil da usina nuclear Angra 1. Na saúde, a Amazu colabora para ampliar o acesso da população aos benefícios da medicina nuclear. Participa do Programa de Modernização do Centro de Radiofarmácia do Instituto de Pesquisas Energéticas e Nucleares, o IPEN, que produz radiofármacos para todo o país. E projeta, em parceria com a Comissão Nacional de Energia Nuclear, o reator multipropósito brasileiro, destinado a pesquisas e produção de matéria-prima para radiofármacos usados no diagnóstico e no tratamento de doenças como o câncer. O empreendimento tornará o Brasil autossuficiente na fabricação desses medicamentos. As tecnologias desenvolvidas pela Amazu podem ser utilizadas na irradiação de alimentos para eliminar substâncias nocivas e aumentar o tempo de conservação, o que protege a saúde do consumidor, reduz o desperdício de alimentos e amplia os ganhos do agronegócio, uma das maiores fontes de riquezas do país. A irradiação é usada também em cosméticos, medicamentos, insumos da área médica e até na preservação de livros, obras de arte e documentos históricos. No setor nuclear, a empresa está capacitada para atuar em projetos e serviços de engenharia, comercialização de produtos, comissionamento de instalações nucleares, operação e gestão de empreendimentos e gestão do conhecimento. A Amazu criou um premiado modelo de gestão do conhecimento que está sendo aplicado em unidades nucleares e poderá ser replicado em outros tipos de empreendimentos.
Os projetos e programas que contam com a participação da Amazu contribuem para a defesa e independência tecnológica do Brasil. Se, por um lado, promove um notável avanço científico do país, por outro, ajuda a melhorar a saúde e a qualidade de vida dos brasileiros.
A inovação está no DNA da Amazu, uma empresa singular que demonstra em cada atividade e em cada projeto a razão de sua existência e o compromisso de entregar resultados ao cidadão. A Amazu, Amazônia Azul Tecnologias de Defesa S.A. Tecnologia nacional em benefício da sociedade.
A gente constrói pontes, estradas, hidrelétricas, obras de engenharia gigantes. Em cada uma dessas obras, transformamos vidas. Construímos um país melhor para você e para o futuro dos seus filhos. A gente tem uma estrada e tanto. Por isso, a gente vai te contar uma história. Em 1948, 3 jovens engenheiros começaram a abrir estradas em Minas e não pararam mais. Construímos um portfólio forte, com presença robusta nos setores público e privado. A gente faz, e faz bem. Nossos colaboradores cumprem com o prometido, executando os projetos com excelência e precisão nos custos, prazos e parâmetros de qualidade. Respiramos hoje excelência operacional, inovação e ética nos negócios. A gente cresce com responsabilidade, respeitando nossa história, nossa verdadeira essência. Por isso, avaliamos riscos empresariais, alinhamos nosso código de ética e conduta, fixamos regras de relacionamento claras com o poder público e implementamos um dos mais robustos programas de compliance já reconhecidos pelo mercado. E a gente inova. Criamos a Vetor AG, o primeiro programa de aceleração de startups no Brasil, totalmente focado na indústria de engenharia e construção. Implementamos sistemas inteligentes de gestão e monitoramento. Engenharia para fazer sempre coisas novas, de um jeito sempre novo e diferente. O nosso jeito AG de ser e fazer. Gostou? Nossa jornada não para. Um projeto depois do outro. A gente quer escrever essa história com você.
Nossa energia vem da Terra, do átomo de urânio que libera o calor, que move as turbinas e gera energia limpa. O urânio, que se encontra misturado com outros materiais nas rochas, é britado, dando início ao ciclo do combustível nuclear, o ciclo das cores. O urânio processado e beneficiado gera o concentrado de urânio. Esse concentrado é convertido em gás e segue para a fase de enriquecimento, aumentando sua concentração e poder para gerar energia. O gás enriquecido é transformado em pó e com ele produzimos as pastilhas, que são empilhadas dentro de varetas de liga metálica e depois são agrupadas para a montagem do elemento combustível. Essa estrutura, com 5 metros de altura, que colocada dentro dos reatores das usinas nucleares, gera energia elétrica, sem emitir gases de efeito estufa. Enfim, uma energia limpa. Indústrias Nucleares do Brasil. Há 35 anos contribuindo para um mundo mais sustentável.
Good morning. I'm here to continue the panels on small modular reactor and micro modular reactors. This is an initiative from Abidão, this symposium, to have a day present many aspects of the small modular reactors. You have a previous panel where you have the opportunity to hear from the international agency, to hear from the EPE, also to hear from Giselle some initiatives concerning how we are planning to implement and support the SMR. Now, we're going to have a panel more dedicated to the industry and the fabricators of small modular reactors. Referring to the previous panel, Mr. Hunt had the opportunity to present a lot of initiatives. We select some of them to be present here, bring the experience from manufacturers on their models and also the timeline for the opportunity to be ready to be deployed. Further in this afternoon, you have another panel concerning the small modular reactors related to regulations and license. That's an important point in here, okay? I have to present myself. There's no issue on that. Mr. Celso is in opening another section planning on mining. My name is Zorpet Peixoto. Okay, I'm here representing Abidão. I'm the Vice President of the Advisory Council of Abidão. Okay, and I would like to invite to join me on this panel to come to the stage. I mean, the four select representatives. The first one is Mr. Edward Saab from Westinghouse. Please, Mr. Edward. Thank you. I'd like to ask to Mr. Richard Springman to come to the panel here, representing Holtec. Thank you. We have a different model on this panel. One of the speakers will be talking in a virtual manner. I'll say is Mr. Fabio Nucci, represent Tractobel Engie. He will be presenting at the screen when the times come. I hope he is connecting now and listen to us. I think the support can double check that for me, please. And finally, I would like to ask to Mr. Juan Nunes, representing Rosatom, to come to the stage to talk with us. There will be a kind of, not long, but it's around 1 hour and 45 minutes a panel. So I think the better thing to start the panel. The dynamic of the panel will be the same of the previous one. The speakers will make the presentation, and at the end, we have some select questions for them, also general questions that they have to answer, okay? As a first speaker, I would like to call Mr. Eddie Saab to come to make his presentation. Mr. Eddie is a very experienced managing director on Westinghouse in Canada. He has in charge of developing the new projects, also the operation and power. He also has a lot of experience on sales and market. That's a very good thing for an industry here, okay? A very good thing for us here. And he will be with Westinghouse for a long time. He is now making his business all through all the Americas, okay? This is a brief summary of his long resume, but please, Mr. Eduardo, you have the floor.
Great, good morning, and thanks so much for inviting me here today. Very excited to be in Brazil for the first time, and thank you for choosing Rio. It's been beautiful the last couple of days. Yeah, maybe just a bit about Westinghouse for those who don't know about our company. About 136 years in the industry. We are the commercial pioneers of the nuclear industry, and I see a lot of Navy people in the audience. Westinghouse actually designed the very first reactor that went in a nuclear submarine back in 1954. But we've been developing technologies ever since. In 1957, we also created the first commercial nuclear power plant at Shippingport, Pennsylvania. So our legacy and our heritage and our passion every day is really to take nuclear to new levels. And that's why we're really excited to share a bit about what we're doing with our technologies, both with the large reactors, the medium-sized reactors and the small reactors. I did want to say a couple things. So today we actually launched a new SMR. It was hot off the press. I think everyone knows about our AP1000, 1 gigawatt reactor. And we've done a lot of press and a lot of announcements about our Vinci, our microreactor. But just today in Atlanta, our CEO, Patrick Fragman, launched the AP300. So I am going to talk a couple slides just on the AP1000 because the AP300 is based on the same technology, the same fuel, the same licensing, and we believe it's one of the only SMRs based on operating plants that can really accelerate the way towards licensing and moving forward. One question I always get is, what's an SMR? What are the different classes? What are the different ranges? In Canada, for example, we call SMRs 3 different streams. There's the next generation, the advanced reactors, like lead-fast reactors would be one stream. There's the large on-grid reactors, probably about 300 megawatts and above. and then there's a third stream for the microreactors. And finally today, with the announcement of the AP300, along with our AP1000 and our Vinci, we have a full suite of technologies to share with the Brazilian audience going forward. I did want to touch maybe a bit on the AP1000, just because it's been in the news quite a bit lately. So about a couple of years ago, we had the first 4 units start up in China, 2 in Sanmen and 2 in Haiyang. Those have been one of the best performing reactors in the world. It is based on Gen 3 plus technologies. And earlier this year, actually last month, Vogtle 3 went online, and I think later this summer we'll also have Vogtle 4. So very soon we're going to have 6 AP1000s operating with plans to do a lot more. You've probably seen the news that Westinghouse has been active in Eastern Europe, in Poland, in Ukraine, Slovenia, Slovakia, Czech Republic, having conversations with a number of entities and government officials about how we can support their energy security requirements and needs and bring some of our technology into their country place. I'm not going to touch too much on the actual AP1000 because today what I really want to focus on is our Vinci, but there's a few things I did want to say. When we take a technology into a country, it's really important for us to develop the local supply chain. So when we went to China, we helped the Chinese develop the supply chain for the AP1000, and now they're going to build CAP1000s, really take the Westinghouse design. We've licensed them the IP, and they're going to start manufacturing, fabricating, and assembling their own units. And they have got 4 in construction right now, so we're actively watching and supporting, hoping to see how successful those programs are. But we've done the same thing in Korea, and we've done the same thing elsewhere. So when it comes to the Brazilian audience as well, we want to have conversations as to what we need to do to be working with the partnerships here to have in-country support, in-country capabilities to help fabricate and localize the supply chain. Because truly for us and our partnering countries to be successful, we need to ensure that they have the capability, the knowledge, the training, and the ability to work. But also it expands our own supply chain. Having a Brazilian supply chain for us not only helps us in Brazil, but also helps us bring the best athletes to other projects and programs we have around the world. And what we like about the AP1000 and the AP300 is we really tried to simplify the design, reduce the number of safety-related valves, reduce the number of complicated equipment, really to allow all types of quality vendors to participate. So it's not just safety-related vendors we're looking for, it's manufacturing capabilities so you can do commercial product as well. So it'll be a great mix of both the nuclear pedigree we require, but also the commercial pedigree going forward. One of the things we always say is that our AP1000 is almost a LMR, a large modular reactor, because really that was the design from the start. The AP1000 was actually based on an AP600 design several years ago, and then when we went to the marketplace said, well, we need a gigawatt reactor. So we actually scaled it from 600 megawatts to 1,000 megawatts. What's funny now is, the industry is sort of shifting a bit and started looking at, well, we need something a little bit smaller, whether it's because of the capital costs and we want to have lower capital costs up front, or maybe the grids don't demand a full gigawatt of power, so we're looking at something of the 300 megawatts or even less. But what's interesting about the AP1000 is the footprint of the AP1000 is actually smaller than Nuclear Island than some of the SMRs that are out there today. So, there's some pros and cons of all technologies, all sizes as we go forward. But, the luxury we have as Westinghouse is we can really see what the requirements are of the customers and pick a technology and work with our partners to ensure that we make them successful. The other benefits of our AP1000 or the AP300 really is, it's starting to be more about, in SMRs, it's going to be more about just energy production. So we're seeing ways to complement our technology with other types of power productions or provide other types of services, whether it's desalinization, hydrogen production, or even coupling with energy storage to provide, power for maybe renewables when they're not operating correctly. So with that, I really want to touch on Da Vinci, and that's the reason I'm here today. So I joined Westinghouse about 6 years ago now, and one of the reasons I joined is at the time our engineers were looking at new technologies, trying to figure out what can we look at in the marketplace that we can bring to really maybe make the footprint of nuclear smaller and make it more applicable to other industries. How can nuclear enable other technologies and enable customers to do more with nuclear technology? And that's really when our engineers took a look to see what was available. So we worked with Los Alamos Laboratories in the US, and they had created a small heat pipe reactor, and it was used to power the USS Voyager spaceship. And all it was is a couple kilowatts, but what they did is they used heat pipe technology, like the heat pipes you have in a laptop computer, to really provide the heat that they converted into electricity. So Westinghouse licensed that technology about 7 years ago, and what we've been doing over the past couple of years is really trying to commercialize that technology and scale it up to make it commercially viable, taking it from the couple kilowatts that it was all the way to 5 megawatts of what eVinci is. So what I'm going to do on the next couple of slides is talk a bit about eVinci, and then afterwards I'd love to take some questions there. I like to think of eVinci as a nuclear battery. As opposed to the traditional power plants that we have, whether it's a small modular reactor power plant or the large reactors we have, think of eVinci as a battery solution. Really, it fits in about 4 shipping containers. The eVinci reactor itself fits in a sea container, and we purposely designed it that way because we want to make sure that it was transportable. And the world, if you've seen shipping containers on the Gulf out here, and then around the world, it's made for shipping those ISO containers. So we use the standard 40-foot ISO container as really the envelope for how much we want to scale up the technology. We could have made eVinci a little bit larger, but 5 megawatt electrical fit very perfectly in that container there. It also provides heat. So in addition to just providing the 5 megawatts of electricity, it's up to 200 megawatts of thermal electricity at the same, 200 degrees Celsius of electricity, of heat at the same time. But the beauty of the technology is because it's heat driven, we can also use it to provide 13.5 megawatt thermal of just heat at about 700-800 degrees Celsius. So if there are high heat applications out there, we can just use the eVinci to provide just only the heat and no electricity. Some of the other benefits of the technology is it's fueled for 8 years, so there's no refueling required at site. And what that allows us to do is really to take the units in the system to site, get it up and running in about 30 days. It only needs a concrete pad. And then at the end of its life, after 8 years, we can take back the unit and replace it with another reactor. We'd still leave the power conversion unit and other elements there, but it really provides us a more sensible and economical and environmentally sensitive way to reduce, to take the field back to greenfield at the end of the year. Other benefits of the technology, so it really is self-autonomous. It doesn't require an operator. It doesn't require anybody standing and operating the reactor there. But in conversations with the NRC, the CNSC, and all the regulatory bodies, we do expect them to require an operator at site just to be familiar with the technology, to be familiar with the operations, and then probably a couple guards or whatever's required. So the on-site personnel for the first couple units will be very minimal. We're thinking 2 to 3 per unit, but as this technology gets familiar with the operators, with industry, with the regulators as well, we envision a fleet approach to the technology where we have a fleet of eVincis at a site or around the world that can be remotely operated and controlled. And eventually that will probably unlock some of the benefits we have with this technology, whether it's in remote areas in the north or remote areas of Brazil, but also unlock some additional applications that we've seen interest in, whether it's in space applications, in deep water mining, desalinization plants for islands. So we're really excited about what we can do with this technology. So what is the eVinci itself? It's a giant heat pipe, essentially. So if you see the picture here, think of it as 2 halves On the far side is where the uranium is. So we use triso fuel, and what it does is it heats the heat pipe, and within the heat pipe we have sodium. So as the uranium propagates the sodium, it turns into a gaseous state, and the gas actually travels at supersonic speed to the other side of the eVinci reactor. And on the other side of the eVinci we have heat exchanger. Bless you. We have heat exchangers. And what the heat exchangers actually take ambient air from outside, so eVinci doesn't require any water, and the heat exchangers pull the ambient air, get heated by the heat exchangers, and then it takes it to a power conversion unit. In our case, it's an open Brayton cycle, and it just converts the hot air into electricity. And then as the heat is removed from the sodium, it actually flashes back into a liquid and travels all the way back. So the beauty about the eVinci is there's no moving parts. At full operations, it's just thermodynamics. It's convection. It's the heating of the sodium, the traveling across the heat pipe, the extraction of the heat from the heat exchanger that goes into the power conversion unit, which obviously has moving parts. But in normal operations, the eVinci reactor itself doesn't have any moving parts. Now there is one moving part. There is a control drum, and that's really to control the reactivity of the fuel. So if we want to slow it down a bit, then we just move the reactor drum to deflect the radiation away from the fuel. So we envision the technology being shipped in 4 sea containers, one for the reactor itself, one for the power conversion unit. We're going to have I&C equipment required for one of the containers, and then another container for just some additional spare parts and other requirements. But the flexibility that allows us is we can scale up the technology as well. So for sites or customers or communities that require more than 5 megawatts, we can actually put the eVincis in series to scale it up to 25, 30, and beyond. When you start getting to 50 megawatts and beyond, there's other technologies that we need to take a look at. But from anywhere from scaling between 5 and we'd say 25 to 30 megawatts, we have the ability to link up the eVincis to provide that power source. The other benefit too is with the technology, we started looking at additional areas where we can deploy this technology. Just a couple of weeks ago, we were at the Space Symposium. We're having conversations with NASA and Blue Origin and other of the big space companies about, well, how do we use this technology to maybe power fission on the space and on the moon and eventually on Mars. So it's really incredible, and maybe one of the questions I have for this audience is to, what applications should we as Westinghouse be looking at and talking to in terms of seeing how we can take this 5 megawatt battery to power additional applications around the world. The typical approach will likely be a combined heat and power application where we have the eVinci providing power into a microgrid or a grid or a customer application, whether it be a mine or oil and gas or some other industrial requirement there. And as they pull the electricity, they can also benefit from the process heat. So whether it's district heating or other applications, there's a benefit for some of the waste heat that's produced. But like I said, what we're trying to figure out and where we're trying to grow the eVinci team and the Westinghouse team and look for partners across multiple countries is, what more can we do with this technology? And here you have listed some of the things we've already been looking at. So what can we do for remote mines, for hydrogen production, taking it to remote communities in Alaska and northern Canada, even in parts in Australia, just trying to figure out where we can add and complement. And finally, I also want to say that the technology, the way we designed it, is really to maybe partner up with renewables. So for projects looking at wind, for solar, where they need some sort of backup power that's not diesel, eVinci is a great complementary tool for that technology. I usually get asked about the fuel and the waste. So like I said, it's fueled for 8 years. And at the end of the 8 years, people are surprised to find out that the amount of waste fuel that remains is really the size of a large Amazon box. right? And that's the benefit of nuclear. The power density we have in uranium can essentially enable and empower a remote community with 5 megawatts for 8 years. And at the end of the 8 years, the only waste there is the size of a box. Now, it's our responsible to socially, environmentally to remove the waste and recycle and store the waste. But when compared to some of the carbon-emitting technologies out there, it makes for a great solution. And for the equivalent, that's about 20 million liters of diesel a year for just the Vinci alone. So we're very excited. I do want to say that the Vinci is real. This is not just a concept. For the past couple of years, we've had an electrical demonstration unit just in our headquarters outside of Pittsburgh in Waltz Mill, where we've proven out the technology of the heat pipe. We essentially use electricity to heat up the heat pipe to show that the technology works and that we can scale it up. We started off with 4-foot-long heat pipes. We're now at 12-foot-long heat pipes, and eventually the full-size heat pipes for the Vinci will be about just over 20 feet in length. But we now know that we can do it, we can convert it. So the next step for us is really to do a nuclear test reactor. So in 2024, we'll be going to Idaho National Labs and doing a 1 megawatt scaled down version of a nuclear test reactor. And that will help us inform the licensing applications to prove out the technology, to get all the data behind it so we can sit down with the regulators around the world to show that this is very real. The goal is to ultimately commercialize this in 27, 28 and have them available to the marketplace before 2030. We've had a lot of support. The great thing about Vinci is it really attracts the attention of industry, but also government. And in Canada last year, the Canadian government gave Westinghouse a $27 million investment to further the research and development of the technology. But it's not only the US, also last year, we did get a $5 million grant from NASA to proceed with creating a derivative of technology so we can look at space travel and also for lunar surface applications. So like I said, this is not just a PowerPoint reactor. We're actually doing something, and hopefully next year you'll be able to come visit Idaho National Labs and actually see the nuclear test reactor. But we're also doing tours, just so you're aware, for anyone who's interested, customers, government, regulators who want to come and see and feel and understand the technology. We've hosted about 170 different guests to our Waltz Mill facility in Cranberry, and we'd be very happy to work with all of you to do that. So for those who don't know David Chan and Steve McKinney at the front row there with Westinghouse, they would be the right guys to get in contact with, and we can facilitate a tour for you anytime you need. And with that, I have 16 seconds left, so I think I've timed that okay. But looking forward to the questions, and thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Mr. Saab. Thank you for your punctuality. Also, okay, thank you. As I have said, we will have some questions at the end of the speaker's presentation. Now I call Mr. Richard Sprigman, please. A few words about Dr. Hickory Sprigman, okay? He is a vice president of environment projects and also international projects, and managing of new projects and develop around the world. As I understand here for your CV, you have responsibilities in most of the countries of the world except the United States. And also he belongs to the executive committee of the Holtec based on experience and projects on many divisions of Holtec, and he advised the CEO of Holtec on policies and new entrepreneurs. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you. And also I'm responsible for Holtec do Brasil, which we established here in 2017. Luis Salsa is the program manager running that operation, and I'm sure my team would give me a hard time if I didn't acknowledge that at the start. Thank you to Abden for organizing this great event and for inviting me to speak with the other distinguished panelists here. I think you're really raising the bar in terms of nuclear events the quality and the class that you've put together for this event, and also to Celso's team. I know a lot of work goes into organizing these events, so thank you for that. You know, there's a lot of discussions in SMRs and nuclear now, and I think there's been debates now for 5 years, and what our company is really focused on doing now, and it's why I enjoy working at Holtec for the last 15 years, is less talk and more doing, and that's really what our focus is. Here's a quick picture of the UAS, the dry storage facility that we constructed. I just wanted to put that up there because it's a beautiful picture. For those who haven't been to the Angra site, it's really a special area. Holtec has positioned itself for accelerated growth by developing technologies for clean energy future. We're happy to see now that nuclear is considered clean energy in most circles around the world, and particularly if you look at Europe, who's kind of leading in terms of the regulatory frameworks. We've had a couple key victories in recent time for inclusion of nuclear in the taxonomy regulation, and also it appears, if not finalized, that nuclear will also be considered a key source for clean hydrogen, which I think is an important step for our industry. You know, Holtec has been around since 1986. We're a privately held company. The founder of our company is still the CEO and CTO, and we've been providing reactor components since 1986. The key to our business has been to be innovative, to move quick, and to come up with technologies that really disrupt the industry. And that's been a key part of our growth. About 10 years ago, around 2010-11, we decided that instead of just providing reactor components like heat exchangers, spent fuel management solutions, that we really had most of the necessary capabilities to design the entire reactor. So we don't have to be a sub-supplier, but we could be the primary supplier and self-supply all the components to that plant. And we've been building in that direction with the growth of our manufacturing facilities. We now have 3 U.S. manufacturing facilities, 1 in India, and we have concrete plans to expand our manufacturing capabilities both in the U.S. and abroad, developing an advanced manufacturing facility for mass production of our SMR 160, and that facility could also be leveraged for manufacturing components for other SMR vendors. You know, we think we're going to be the leader in this industry, but that there's also room for other technologies as well, and we're happy to support the manufacturing of those. Here's our team in Holtec, Brazil, that was key to helping us establish the dry storage facility down at the Angra site. We have a chant, we're Holtec, we are Brazil, Holtec do Brazil. And you know, I'm very proud of our team here, and it's been fun to engage in the local industry. Not only did we start Holtec Brazil to support that project and continue to grow the Brazilian nuclear industry, but also we've developed a lot of key relationships with the existing supply chain here in Brazil, many of the manufacturers and other key service providers in the nuclear industry that we would like to extend those relationships as we pursue small modular reactors here in Brazil. We're always looking for new talent, so smart, ambitious, hardworking people, please find me. We'd like to continue to grow this office. Our SMR 160 program, 160 is the megawatt electric power rating, 160 megawatt nominal. You know, Holtec is a company that invests heavily in R&D. We think that's the key to our business. And as a private company, we can do that, where if you're publicly traded in 2010, especially after Fukushima in 11, you wouldn't get much support for massive R&D program investment in the nuclear industry. But as a private company, we've been self-funding the development of this technology for about 10 years. In 2018, we ended up getting the support from the Department of Energy in the Advanced Reactor Demonstration Program Risk Reduction Pathway. We were one of several awardees, and that program is underway, and we will be completing the design, ready to submit a preliminary safety analysis report for our first-of-kind plant in the U.S. By the end of this year or early next year. It really depends on where that first deployment is at, but the technical work will be done by Q1 of 2024. In terms of the key aspects of our company, and I'll try to emphasize these, why do we think we're different? I think there's really three folds that we'll discuss. It's the technology, the team, and the delivery model that we've put together to really enable mass deployment of this technology. We have a proven project delivery team. As I said, Holtec is a reactor component supplier, heat transfer, mechanical components. We design, manufacture, deliver, install those equipment every day. So that really wasn't a gap for us. We can design reactor components. But we did have some other gaps, particularly early on in terms of instrumentation and control, and that's why we chose key partners to help us deliver. Mitsubishi Electric has proven INC systems, and they've been working with us at their own cost for about 8 years, adapting their systems and developing the licensing basis for control of our SMR with their proven Meltec control platform that's already been approved by the US NRC in a topical report and deployed in Asia at several sites. We do construction. We manage the construction of the UAS facility that you saw on a few earlier slides. But we were getting asked a lot of times from our potential customers, particularly industrials, on who's going to construct your plant. We know Holtec can do construction, but this is a different scale. And in the U.S., we had signed up Kiewit, who's done about 70% of the combined cycle plants in North America and major DOE facilities. But they really only work in North America, and so we need an international partner. And we chose Hyundai Engineering and Construction, who has about 50 years of continuous nuclear power plant construction with 18 plants in Korea, and they're finishing up the Baraka Unit 4. The other 3 have already been turned on with a good pedigree for on-time schedule and cost. And they're our partner for doing the balance of plant detail design and construction and commissioning internationally. And they've really been a good asset for us, particularly as we look at industrial applications. They can very quickly look at BOP, balance of plant modifications to accommodate diverse applications such as providing industrial heat. And so essentially we have that capability in-house, the complete plant. We have access to it. If it's not done by Holtec, it's done by our partners. We're also working with Framatome for the fuel supply. It's a standard 17 by 17 fuel assembly. It just has to be qualified for the temperature and pressure conditions in our reactor, which are generally within the traditional applications of PWR reactor technology. And we've also signed an agreement last year with INB, where we're working to jointly develop the framework to enable manufacturing of this fuel for South America right here in Brazil. In terms of our project delivery model, I think it's unique from Western companies. If you ask a lot of the technology providers who's going to construct the plant, most of them will tell you, well, it's not me. We'll provide the technology, we'll provide some critical equipment, but you have to construct the plant yourself. And, frankly, this model doesn't really work in many jurisdictions around the world. Particularly for industrials. A lot of the clients that we talk to, they tell us they really want a turnkey approach. They want us to come, build the entire plant, turn it over to them at the end, and support them with commissioning and operations, and they'll operate it. And I think we're one of the only Western companies that is currently offering this model. We've been involved heavily in Czech Republic. I think nothing here isn't known, but this is the proposed model that we have to the Czechs, where we would be the lead in terms of delivering the entire project. CHES would be the likely operator. We have relationships, for example, with Constellation to potentially be an operator in other jurisdictions. We have a partner for design, licensing, and quality. We typically want to pair our capabilities, even with Hyundai, with local capabilities as well to get the best mix of the international experience, but also the local knowledge of the labor market, the construction methods, the design code requirements, where you can have a lot of issues going from US codes to local codes. And so we kind of mesh the international team with local capabilities. And Holtec takes responsibility for the NSSS procurement. We self-perform manufacturing of the majority of mechanical equipment. We can do that either directly in our US manufacturing facilities. We've offered to several countries to set up a new manufacturing facility in their country, or we could do it through a partnership type agreement, for example, with Nuclep here in Brazil, where we could split up the manufacturing scope and cooperate to deliver the mechanical equipment. And then, of course, we would have local partners with Hyundai to do the BOP procurement and the construction. So again, I think this delivery model is unique, where we're actually willing to take the lead to deliver an entire project, not just to license out a technology and provide specific components. You know, our plan is a PWR. It's 525 megawatt thermal, 160 megawatt electric. And what's unique about our design is it's gravity driven, both during normal operation and shutdown. I think we saw in the earlier presentation that a lot of the designs, including the AP1000, have this 72-hour coping period. And we've designed our plant with essentially an indefinite coping period, that we don't need any off-site power or backup cooling water source in order to shut our plant down safely in emergency conditions. The small power blocks, the single unit is about 7 acres, a 4-unit block is about 20 acres. We've been working very closely on our probability safety assessments, which provide at a level 2 assessment the estimated off-site release for the plant. And based on many of the regulations in Europe, which are dose-driven, we are confident we'll be able to site the emergency planning zone at the fence of our plant, which has many implications in terms of siting and also cost in maintaining the emergency planning zone. And in the US, there's been some changes in the regulations that we are hoping to take advantage of in order to also specify the site boundary as the EPZ. The modular units, they'll be deployed as single units. We're currently also looking at a 2-pack, which would have shared systems, a shared control room, but the base design is for a single unit. The power and electricity demands from the grid, I think, are well matched. We recently announced cooperation in Ukraine to deploy 20 SMRs, and one of the key selection criteria for them was looking at the size of the plant, and 160 megawatts is particularly well suited for their grid to rebuild the infrastructure that they have there. There's many applications we've been looking at. We've also been doing our own survey on industrial heating. You know, about 30 to 40% of all industrial heating need is at temperatures below 300 degrees C. The steam that comes off our steam generator is 304 degrees C, so we can address a large portion of the accessible market directly from the steam coming off of the steam generator. And we've developed other solutions in order to compress and superheat the steam from the steam generator in order to meet higher temperature applications. And we've developed what we call our green boiler, which is an auxiliary thermal energy storage system that we can charge during peak periods or not, and use that also to provide the superheated steam up to about 700 degrees C. So there's a lot of different flexible applications. There's many examples in the industry, for example, where district heating is provided from the waste heat from the balance of plant. So there's a lot of industry examples, and we've been very focused on how to deliver this from a light water reactor. I think there's a misconception out there that you can only get high temperature heat from high temperature gas reactors or other more exotic technologies, but we're fully confident we can provide it with a traditional light water reactor technology. We've designed it for operational flexibility. It can operate in island mode, black start, and it has load following capability. In terms of the design, because we build things and install things as part of our daily life, we're very focused on practical operations. We have a whole team, several former operators on our team that lead the design for simplified operation. And without naming, any specific companies, if you look at some of these designs, even if you can license and build them, the long-term operation, I think, is a key point that operators really need to assess when selecting a technology. These are 80-year machines. You have to be able to operate and maintain them over that lifetime in order to get value out of the higher, capex that you have from potentially solar and renewables, which translates to a lower LCOE. But the O&M portion of that really is can be solved and reduced by design, fundamentally by the design. And if you look at the way we've offset the steam generator over our reactor vessel so that you don't have to remove the steam generator in order to access the fuel. We have our spent fuel pool inside of the containment right next to the reactor vessel. The fuel handling is simple. We don't have any underwater fuel channels that can complicate the loading. And we've incorporated a lot of other existing PWR operating experience into our design. It's designed for adequate space for maintenance and inspections and really removal and simplification of systems. I'm going to skip how the details operate, but if you have any questions on how we achieve the safe shutdown, I'd be happy to explain that when we have more time. In terms of the first project, I think we've signed in the last 2 years about 50 agreements with various potential clients and potential supply chain partners all over the world. We're currently active in about 15 or more different countries, varying level of engagement in each of those. But one of the messages that we frequently hear is they would prefer, not in all cases mandate, but prefer to see us have our first appointment in the U.S. and have a U.S. NRC reference license. The U.S. market, frankly, has been a little bit behind in terms of pursuing new nuclear, and I think a lot of that is from the challenges with the AP1000 plant construction. Not passing any blame here, but it's just the reality in the U.S. market. People are afraid because of cost overruns on those projects. And if you talk to the management at U.S. utilities, they're very hesitant to go to their boards and propose new nuclear because it's almost a career limiting move. I think we're seeing some of that shift now. There's been a slow building momentum, I think slightly behind the European momentum, and we've come out because of state mandates for carbon neutrality, where they're asking utilities, hey, come up with a plan. And as much as you want to keep nuclear off the page, as soon as you actually try to come up with a realistic plan, nuclear just keeps jumping back on, and you can't avoid that conversation. And we've seen, many credible nuclear utilities now go forward with written plans that have been published to the market that include nuclear power. And this has really been, I think, over the last 24 months. And we're engaged with several of those utilities who are planning to do down selections in the next year to be able to move forward with the SMRs. In parallel, though, we're pursuing our own projects. So one of the unique things about Holtec is we're the largest commercial decommissioning company in the U.S., and we own 5 sites right now where we're actively decommissioning these nuclear power plants. And we're currently pursuing the concept of decommissioning and reconstruction. So taking out the existing nuclear plant, using all the environmental data that we have at those sites, the continuous monitoring that we do during decommissioning, and build SMRs to repower those plants. And Oyster Creek was the first plant that we looked at in detail. We're currently pursuing this approach, trying to close the commercial deal. It is in a very challenging market, the PJM market, in terms of electricity prices. But with the Inflation Reduction Act, once the details get published, you can get up to a 50% cost share from the U.S. government in order to build out that facility. And more recently, we've shifted to Palisades, which is a site in Michigan, which has tremendous support from the government there. And we're looking to potentially build a 2-pack at the Palisades site. We have done VDR Phase 1 in Canada. We're in a formal pre-app process with the US NRC, where we meet with them, usually every other week at least, sometimes more. We publish white papers, they give us feedback, and so the idea is to de-risk our licensing process by intensive engagement now, and this has been ongoing for several years. We also recently submitted a GDA application in the United Kingdom to go through GDA Phase 1 and 2, which would be a design assessment certifying that our design has no major flaws that would prevent it from getting licensed within the UK regulatory context. We have a lot of experience on how do you take a US reference design and adapt it to in-country. I think the key point that a lot of people miss is this supply chain and work practice assessment, which we have firsthand experience on. It's one thing to say that you're going to apply US codes in Brazil, but if your supply chain isn't capable to deliver to the US codes and you don't find that out till mid-construction, it becomes a real nightmare. We have experience with this, unfortunately, on very limited cases for the UAS project, where we had some internal delays dealing with things like counters on a truck, which ACI says you have to have a counter. The trucks don't even have them here in Brazil. That's just one small example, but really looking at work practices if you can deliver to a foreign code. Just to sum it up, in terms of financing, I think this is the other piece that we've really been focused on. A lot of our clients, they don't want to just build 1 or 2 plants. I know you talked about the smaller capital size, but when we're talking to clients, they typically want to build 10 or 20 of these, and even if they're very strong financially, they recognize they need some type of export credit financing. And we've been working with US EXIM Bank. We have our first letter of intent for a project in the UK, and last week we signed agreements with the Korean EXIM Bank and K-Shore, who provides financial guarantees. And a lot of times these have limits on how much you can finance in terms of US content. So between our scope and Hyundai's scope, we can put together multilateral financing to cover the entire package. And I think this is really a game changer in providing a full system, a full package to clients. So again, what's unique about Holtec? I think it's the technology. We don't have time in these types of presentations to get into it, but if you really look closely at our design, and you can see when we're talking to clients and they spend a few days with us, and all of a sudden the light bulbs go off, and numerous clients have said, your design is very elegant. It's just very simple. It's clearly safe. They think it's easy to explain to the public why that is. And we get very good feedback on technology. We have a proven team, and not just for parts of the project, but for the entire project. And if you look at our delivery model, we're open to turnkey delivery. We control the majority of the cost within our scope and our team. We can potentially provide private financing options, but I just showed you that we also have access to government financing support to deliver a full project. A lot of clients are concerned about first-of-kind risk. And my view on this is first-of-kind risk requires risk allocation with trusted partners. And that really requires capacity and commitment. And we have the financial capacity to put these deals together, both within our company and with our partners. And I think we've shown the commitment, particularly here in Brazil, to deliver the UAS project through COVID-19 in a very tough environment. So, a lot of people also don't talk about the first-of-kind opportunity. Here in Brazil, I think the Argentinians are doing well to move ahead with their SMR program. And, not to tap too much on the competition aspect, but it'd be nice to see Brazil take some steps to move forward, and we'd like to move forward with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Springman. A very comprehensive presentation of SMR 160. Now, it's time for Mr. Fabio Noce from Tractebel NG. That will be a virtual presentation. I'd like to support if... Are you connected? Fabio? Are you connected? Okay, great. Are you hearing me well, no? Okay. Well, first let me introduce yourself. Fabio has a dual degree in Polytechnic de Torino and also the Royal Institute of Technology from Sweden. He works at Tractebel since 2012. He was involved with the fuel business for a long time, and since 2019, he was on the team for SMR projects in Tractebel NG. And recently, he is coordinating all the activities related to SMR for Tractebel. Mr. Noce, we have the phone. Please start your presentation. Yes, we do.
Yes, we do. Okay. I was just be sure. Without feedback, it's difficult to know, as I don't hear anything. Okay. So good morning, everybody. So my presentation will be a little bit different from the previous two. First, because we are not a technology provider. But before starting with introducing what is Tractebel that I'm representing and what we do, let's start with some data to put a bit things in context. So Brazil, I'd say it's a model country for electricity production. So if you look at this graph, you would have practically almost achieved the objective of decarbonation for when it comes to electricity production. So indeed, why would you need then to invest in nuclear in order to decarbonize the energy supply? Indeed, what we see, though, that total final consumption in the country is still dominated by fossil fuels. The main drivers for that is the industry and the transport. So it is very important to decarbonize those sectors if we want to achieve net zero neutrality. So let's go now to my presentation. So I represent Tractebel. Tractebel is, as I said, not a technology provider, but is an engineering company. So slightly different from what you've seen so far with the Holtec and Westinghouse. We are somehow the missing link between the technology providers and the industries. One more thing is that we are not only present in nuclear, so our range of activities and expertise goes from power, conventional power plants, infrastructures, hydropower, everything that has to do with water supply, of course nuclear, in which I'm going to focus later, and also environmental and social studies. And we are also present in Brazil. Among you, there is also Paulo Coelho, VP of Abdan as well, that can tell you more of the activities of Tractebel in Brazil. But as you can see, we are about 1,000 people strong, present especially in Brazil, but also active with projects in more than 10 countries and present in 5 cities in Brazil. So our legacy is quite a strong one. We have been the responsible designer for the Belgian nuclear power plants since 60 years. So strong from that experience in which we are at the forefront towards the only responsible when there are modifications to the Belgian power plants faced to the Belgian Safety Authority. We have activities now that are expanded internationally, and we have projects in the nuclear entity in over 28 countries. 1,000 people strong, and now since interested in the market of SMRs since over some 5 years, we have become the leading engineering company in Europe to accelerate the projects on SMRs. And this is how we see SMRs, the cornerstones of tomorrow's energy ecosystem. On one side, through you can see in the middle an SMR in construction. So this is enabled by the limited construction on the site, the fact that the construction can be centralized at the factory level, and that the use for SMRs, and this was already, let's say, validated by what Holtec and Westinghouse just presented. The use is not only electricity production. So we span from district heating. Electricity production is enhanced by the fact that these new technologies can more easily follow the intermittent energy sources, which will penetrate the market eventually to a level in which a support into this intermittent load is needed. Integrated heat storage, it also allows that. But what, coming back to the context slide from the beginning, what more enhances the role of SMRs within the energy transition landscape is their possible use for industrial heat. The possibility to co-localize them close to industrial poles for the use for the application specifically also of either direct heat or hydrogen that will be needed so much during the energy transition, either for the industries themselves or to produce synthetic fuels and decarbonize also the transport sector. So what it is important to know when you look at all the presentations on SMRs is that they share one point, so which is a business model that starts on the right questions to address the current vision on the nuclear industry. So on one side, the need for fostering nuclear investments, so recreating the financial appetite for investment in new nuclear installations by lowering the capex and especially the financial cost of the new installations. The use of either passive safety or inherent safety, which is a way to recreate the public trust in nuclear. As we said before in the slide, the expansion of the role in the zero carbon transition. So to conclude, smaller, simpler, and standardized, especially technologies. So here we will look at the diversity of technologies. We have a database of over 100 SMR concepts that were added in over 10 years, and these concepts are growing by the day. Are they all going to survive from here until 2030, 2040? Probably not, but there is a space for different, thanks to the different applications to which they are, they can be dedicated. There will be more than one winner. So you can see how, depending on short-term deployment focus, reactors like like a whole tech that we've seen, SMR 160 is leveraging existing technologies to have a short-term deployment and an easier licensing. Other reactors that are instead focusing on the new business models and especially new applications, starting from remote locations, or we heard speaking of a lunar application today. So all these will be enabled by the micromodular reactors. Those reactors that are instead focusing on deeply decarbonizing the energy sector, as I'm happy to hear from Mr. Springman that not only high temperature gas reactor or reactors from high temperatures are focusing on that, but there is a need indeed in the industry to operate at more than 500 degrees. So every vendor out there that is engaging in this endeavor is going, I think, the right way. Last but not least, new technologies that will be able to reuse nuclear fuel, those will also find their place in the market. So when will the SMRs be on the market? Especially on the industry point of view, we have seen some very strong first public messages. Here is just a collection of what we've seen being the most remarkable announcements in the last few months, actually, in the last 6 months, probably these ones. With the Polish manufacturers of steel, or Polish giants of the chemistry world that are going for huge deployment of tens of reactors for their need. Reactors that are not yet at the same level of maturity as light water reactors, such as EXISTENTES, that has also an agreement with a giant of the chemistry world. I'm speaking about Dow here. Steel makers as well. Here, one example in Romania that are looking at the deployment of large SMRs for their deployment. In France, we have the government that has put 1 billion euros onto the table for the deployment of small modular reactors, the advancement and the deployment. So we have seen, thanks to that, the birth of 10 more designs in less than 6 months, all stemming from past experience in the French market, which is something amazing that was never seen before. And here the last that I have here on the slide is the deployment for an energy hub. So one thing that we have to see is that we have to see more in the future is a collaboration between different industrials that have the same objectives of decarbonation in creating an energy hub in which the SMRs could be the main point for supply, and creating a business model that is inclusive of all the off-takers that are localized around this energy hub. So these were announcements, and the result is that we see projects with delivery date in a little bit more than a decade that are mushrooming all around the world. In blue, we can see nuclear utilities, so actors that are already in the nuclear industry that have chosen sites in which deploying the first of a kind of the reactors. and we have here I'm focusing on the Western market, but indeed there is more in the East, as if we had to put China, Russia, that would have taken one more slide probably. So not only from nuclear utilities, technology developers, they also have their own projects with the support of their local governments. And last but not least, industrials, as we saw before in the announcement, that are joining forces together, or that they have the strength to start first of a kind projects for their objectives. So this all is somehow the dream that all these projects will become true. What are the key success factors to allow these projects to see the light very soon, and especially to have more of these being successful? Somehow we can go more into detail later if you want, but the licensing needs to accelerate in order to allow different sites for the same products to be licensed much faster. At the level of technology readiness, there is not much to do for several technologies. Technologies are already TRL7 is only the whole system that has to be proven. Although for advanced reactor technologies, this could be one key factor in conjunction with the timely deployment. So to prove the cost competitiveness, it is good to be innovative, but indeed it is important to guarantee that the same level of cost of energy is guaranteed. And especially, it's important to have a support of these first movers that are going to deploy the first of a kind that will pave the way for the deployment of many more SMRs in the world. So it is important that everything from regulators, from the industry, off-taker, and from the nuclear industry, from the governments, from the investors, so they all work together for the same objective. So what is Tractable doing in here? Indeed, we are accelerating projects for SMRs, and here I'm showing what around the world has been done in the past few years for the clients that are looking at SMRs. So there is not only Europe and North America, a lot of other countries are looking for different applications at the use of SMRs. So let me take two that are the most remarkable ones. So here we have a world leader in chemical industry that is starting, although I cannot make the name yet, that is starting a project on several sites for small modular reactors to decarbonize their chemical process. Indeed, these first steps that we are undertaking with new industrials that are not inside the nuclear industries are needed simply to make understand how the nuclear industry works and what are the timeline steps that have to be respected and how to accelerate a possible project. Another industry that is that will one day see SMRs as one of the possible solutions is the one that is increasing more and more of data centers. So data centers, as you know, it has a very a demand for very reliable supply, but indeed, with the right interaction into a microgrid that we can design, almost any SMR that has the right footprint and safety level can be deployed for data centers. So how do we accelerate projects? We have a set of tools that allow to reduce the barrier for industrials to enter the nuclear industry and this electrifying world of the SMRs. So that was it for my presentation. I would be happy to participate in this panel discussion later. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nutt. Very nice presentation, seeing the point of view of a consulting company on the whole thing. Please, I would like you to stay on the room for the question that you're going to have after the last presentation, please. The next speaker will be the representative from Rosatom, Mr. Juan Nunes, please. Mr. Juan is a Vice President of Rosatom Latin America, responsible for marketing and public and institutional relationship in Latin America. He has a large experience in business development and also marketing and communication. He is taking this position since 2016 at Rosatom Latin America. Please, Juan.
Obrigado, Rupert. Well, good morning to everybody. First, before starting my presentation, I'd like to thank Abdan for the opportunity and for honor us to support this event this year. Orpet, thank you for moderating our panel. So I will try to stay on time as my colleagues. Well, first I would like to say a little word about Rosatom. Rosatom is a Russian state corporation. It has his own little universe. We are about 300 enterprises and nuclear industry inside of Rosatom's umbrella, and we count for 250,000 people working within our subsidiaries, both for energy and non-energy applications. Within 75 years of operation and experience, we have designed and constructed around 200 research reactors and 106 power nuclear reactors. And from these 106, over our ATR, VVR units that are the flagship of the company. Also, Rosatom, this is not only about construction. We are also an utility operator. We run over 30 gigawatts within our 37 units at 11 nuclear power plants. Today we offer the global market high energy solutions to fit the customer needs the way they need most. We have, as I mentioned, our flagship project. That is the VVR 1200, the first unit of a generation 3+ in the world that was commissioned in February 2017 in Novo Vorones 2. In 2008, we launched also the Unit 1 of Leningrad nuclear power plant. So it was the first of a kind of generate 3+ with the post-Fukushima adjustment and standards and requirements. And for nuclear, small nuclear reactors and micro reactors, a little bit about benefits. I believe that during this event and from all the speeches that we are conducting here from yesterday and today, we know that the SMR brings us several benefits from the the cost predictability and stability of fuel prices to the opportunity of increasing the scope of application of a nuclear power plant. So compared with a later nuclear plant, we know that it will offer faster construction periods and it will enable us to better assess the needs of the country and the region where it will be installed to increase the scope of application. Today, Rosatom is operating the first floating nuclear power plant at PVEC that was providing heat and power to this isolated area in Russia, and is starting the project to construct the first land-based SMR, and also the second floating nuclear power plant that will be focused on servicing a copper mining operation. So for the floating nuclear power plant, Academic Lomonosov, that is operating at PVEC, it's a plant with 70 megawatt electric of capacity. The refuel cycle is 3 years, and the design life it's for 40 years of operation with the possibility of extension. So today it's stationed at a shipyard providing heat and electricity to this district. Based on this first-of-a-kind project, Rosatom moved forward to modernizing the design of the reactor. The KLT4S is a reactor that was originally designed for propulsion and was used at Academic Lomonosov to generate heat and energy. And now the new project is the Rhythm 200. There is already under development. I believe that Brazilian colleagues were able to visit this last year, the production units of the vases and steam generators at site in our subsidiary. And it's a project that we reduced 45% the size of the reactor with 35% less weight and around 10% of gain in generation capacity. It will run on the new icebreakers fleet and in the new SMR solutions of Rosatom. So first, the new and optimized nuclear power plant that is being designed to be installed for this copper mining operation and will be launched next year, the start of the construction of this new floating nuclear power plant. As it has the new reactors, the new Rhythm 2M reactors, the capacity will go up to 100 megawatt electric with 2 years, with 10 years of refueling cycle and 60 years of life with capacity to be extended. It will be installed in Bayamasca ore zone. It will be generating heat and electricity to this copper mining operation. It will be one of the biggest copper mining operations in Russia. And we have the expectation for it to be commissioned by 2031, okay, with the maximum period of time, 2031, because it also depends on the construction and the start of the operation of the start of the mining operation as well to be at the same time of delivery. For the land-based operation that will be installed in Yakutia region that we recently got the site permission last week, the licensing. It will be 110 megawatt electric SMR with 2 Rhythm 200N installed with the design for modularity already available. So the plant will be built to go up to 6 modules. The initial electrical capacity will be 110 megawatts with a refueling cycle expected for be to 5 to 6 years. It will take around 15 acres, the whole construction, and will be installed considering 2 major projects that Rosatom is working right now within the goal to increase the scope of the SMRs. That will be the hydrogen generation project and desalination applicability as well. So this reactor, as I mentioned, had the site licensing application held in June and granted last month to start the project. The detailed design we expect to finish by the end of this year and the construction to start on the next year. And last, I would like to give a first view on our Shelf M macro reactor. We have initially considered this project for land and underwater operation. The Shelf M will be the first test reactor for installation in land. And it's expected to start the first concrete by 2027, this first test reactor. He's been conceived to generate over around 10 megawatts of electrical capacity. We will use the PWR technology, and we'll have 2 main approaches. The first one will be a full replaceable unit, and the other one with the capacity of refueling the unit installed on site. So I try to be very fast, not to lose time for our discussions and our questions, and I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Juan. Thank you very much. Well, the dynamic of the panel, now I will start some questions that I received from the organization here. I will follow each speaker in the order. Maybe I will change in the second round. There's a different way to do. Let's do that. But I'd like to start with Westinghouse, Mr. Saab, to very interesting, the E-Vines microreactor. No? And as far as I know, the application is more, I mean, the application that are deployed and is already on operation is more military than civil ones, no? So, and then comes the question, what's the current license status of for EVs, and when is planning to be ready to be deployed?
Yeah, great question. So we're actively involved with the US NRC and the Canadian Nuclear Safety Commission, the CNSC, in pursuing the general design certification. We meet with them almost on a bi-weekly, monthly basis. We've submitted about 30 technical white papers on the Vinci technology. As we are designing and familiarizing and learning from the testing we're doing, we're feeding the regulators with this data and these details so they feel like they're part of the process and they're actively engaged. We've also done 2 topical reports, and all of this is available on the US NRC website as well. And then with the CNSC, we're actively in their vendor design review program, both in phase 1 and 2. It's a combined licensing project, and that really is another opportunity for the Canadian regulator to understand the technology. Once we get the nuclear test reactor up and running at Idaho National Labs in 26, we should be able to complete all the data requirement and submit the final design requirements to both the USNC, the US NRC and CNSC. And we expect to have commercial licensing by 2027.
Thank you, Mr. Kim. Okay. The next question going to Holtec, to Dr. Springman. As far as I understand, and that's what comes the question, it was informed that the SMR 106 does not need additional water to keep the reactor cooling. How is this cooling done in the case of load rejection?
Thank you. We didn't have time to get into the design details, but the way the reactor would work under a load rejection event where you couldn't put electricity on the grid is you would first have to blow down the steam, and we would then power down the reactor. It operates in island mode, so it actually is 175 about megawatts. We say 160 megawatt nets because we've reserved around 15 megawatts to power its own house loads. So you would reduce the power down. It could operate at a reduced power level, basically just providing the house load until the grid was available to come back online. Or you would be able to complete the shutdown with the diesel generators that we have on site to power the emergency cooling systems. And an important point, though, is these diesel generators are not safety related. They're necessary in order to prevent the plant to go into a blowdown situation. So they basically protect the asset, but they don't have a safety function, which is an important distinction in terms of the design philosophy of the plant. The plant itself has annual reservoir water that's wrapped around the containment boundary, and we have two redundant 100% rated heat exchanger systems that pass the heat from the reactor vessel to this annual reservoir of water and from the steam generator. So they're diverse, but they're both 100% rated. And that enables the system to move the heat into this reservoir, which then evaporates off. And we have enough water in this reservoir to reject the heat for about 90 days before it would be deplenished. And at that point, the reactor cooler is cool enough that it can reject heat just through air cooling.
Thank you. Very interesting concept. Okay. Now I have a question from Mr. Noche. Are you here, Mr. Noche? Okay, thank you. I believe you're not the last, but the previous last was about the application of SMR on the industry, and you posed some points there, but the question is, what are the technical limitations that this consultant company sees to apply SMR to supply energy to the industry?
Yeah. Thank you for the question. Indeed, one of the first ones that comes will be the possibility to deliver the steam or the heat at the right temperature. That is not always possible, and it has to be investigated anyway more into detail, although augmented heat technologies can allow that if it is economical enough at the level of the capital investments to be done for these additional technologies to reach that. So some technologies are more apt than other. Being said that, I think that one of the most limiting factors is also the footprint. Often as we are looking at countries or locations in which the area is not very large or is fully occupied by other surrounding industrial facilities. This is why I think it is important to have a joint effort in order to create an energy hub with an adjacent plant or set of modules that can and supply heat or electricity not only to one facility but to all the others. And that is somehow also to connect to another limitation, that is the availability of water. So probably a winner point for those technologies that do not require necessarily water in order to operate their power plants.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Note. Okay. Now comes your question one. And we have one here that I think it's very interesting, because you present some technology here that Rosatom is applying, okay? But the question is how Rosatom make viable or is equivalent the projects outside, your SMR projects outside, I mean, I believe the Russia, because the model, the floating, is a very specific project, and I believe they have a lot of issues with the regulation, and also it's a package. You have to rush, I mean, you furnish everything, and then we need to make a refuel, we furnish also everything. Please.
Yeah, the first challenge that we are already addressing is to develop a regional supply chain for the floating nuclear MPP. And the applicability of taking Brazil as an example is very extensive. For Brazil, we are already conducting a first set of evaluation. We already present to the government possible sites for installation of this floating nuclear power plants with the scope of application, because this is important. It should not only provide electricity, but also it should provide some other sort of solution to increase the feasibility. Now we are going on a second round, now to understand the prices, understand fuel production and deployment, for us to put this in a way that would make sense, financially speaking. For Brazil specifically, we have a different regulation for nuclear installations that are not on land, so it not goes under agency until now. So there is another discussion, this is another thing that we have to evaluate and to check the feasibility, but we believe that the main challenge, if we solve the equation of applicability and site selections, we are able to meet the requirements of the country. In Brazil, we have to take into account that some isolated areas are paying energy prices that are extremely high. So it also helps on the feasibility of such a project.
Thank you, Juan. Thank you. Let me move for a different way to make the question here. I want to hear, since you have the opportunity here to have 4 manufacturers and providers, and also a consulting company. And this is basic, and I think I focus more on, not only, the question is not about Brazil, but I focus here on Brazil. You have seen the presentations before. We have 49 models, today I think it's more than 49 models around the world. 2 of them, I mean, the Chinese one is in operation, even though they have to be, the technology is still testing out, they say the year 2026, also the Russian with the floating, but it's not a land prototype, it's a land base. And on the case of Brazil, I think we are on the right track, because we are trying to get culture on that. And you see the initiatives from different areas that carries nuclear competence. We have, I mean, the EPE doing studies on that. The EPE is an institution in charge of defining which kind of generation be applied, or at least to assessorate the government to do that. And we have the academia to do that, to have some think tank like Giselle doing some work, others then. And also you have interest from the utilities, like electronuclear has interest in on the sea. Including, you see on the planning, the general planning, already say, well, we need to dedicate some research or some funds to see where they can be allocated as SMR. This is nice, it's good for culture. I think it's better to start on this way than with that. But the question I have for the speakers is the following. When you're going to buy or even to have a joint venture, and I think the Holtec proposed a joint venture on that, on a nuclear reactor, even be a small modular reactor, let's bury on the small modular reactor, not go to the micro ones. It's not like going shopping on the store and buy one and carry it to your house or to your place. It's a long negotiation and long building confidence what you buy. Today, that's my question. I want to see from the manufacturers. We still are working on the project. Fortunately, we have the resource to do that. To start that. I understand that some of them it's better to have, some cooperation to do that. But on the point of view, when the projects will be mature enough, and then you have to consider the deployment, because it's important for somebody that is going to use this technology to have a proven, not a proven first of kind, but a proven technology that will make it easier them to approve inside their country or as a utility, if you want to do that. Okay, if it's maybe a country that's going to be a state that's going to be by that, but a utility also. Please give us a timeline. When will be the project proven and enough to be that you can have, offer on the market to this project? I don't know. That's interesting to see a point of view from the manufacturer. Please, guys, start from you.
Sure, I'll start. So we completely agree. We think, especially with new emerging technology, it's important for customers, partners to be able to feel, see, and practice with the technology. That's why Westinghouse is funding the nuclear test reactor at the lab. And that Da Vinci 1 megawatt test reactor will be up and running. It's starting this in 24, up and running 25, and fully certified in 26. And we believe once customers are able to work with the technology, the early adopters like utilities, universities, research labs, they're going to move forward in parallel. But the non-nuclear entities, communities, industrial customers who aren't familiar with the technology will probably want a bit of that understanding, that feel, to build that confidence and to see that's deployed. So for Westinghouse, it is the test reactor in 26, commercialization 27, and we're actively working with 2 customers to look at 28, 29 deployments for Da Vinci.
Yeah, it's an interesting question. I think there's a couple of pieces of it. We're preparing a proposal as we speak to deliver a project. So I think we're comfortable with the commercial readiness to make an offer to deliver a project. So, it kind of brings me to another point is, does the Brazilian industry, government, electronuclear, do you want to be a customer or a partner? And sometimes I think clients want both. And to me, that's really the decision point. Brazil is fortunate enough that you have the technical competence to do a due diligence on a design and know if it's got a clear licensing path or not. You can do that. It's not like some countries, they don't have the technical expertise. The clients that we're talking to in the US and in Europe who are serious about it, they send a team to spend a week with us, and they have all of their experts, the reactor guys, the mechanical components, the BOP, environmental licensing. The Czechs brought their regulator to visit us. And we spent a week in a room going over the design, identifying whether they thought, there were any risk aspects, what they were. And you guys are an intelligent client as a collective here in Brazil. You can have these assessments to get comfortable with the technology that's being deployed. I think our technology specifically fits in well to the Brazilian industry. We're a PWR. You have 2 PWRs operating down there at Angra. You make fuel that's essentially, equivalent fuel to what we're producing here with Framatome and INB in a partnership, and we're just adding to that partnership to expand the production capability. So, we're open to both. If Brazil wants to be a partner, we're willing to let you in, to look at the technology and to develop partnerships, not just to wait till the end and then rethink the design and adapt it to the Brazilian market. But you don't have to wait. As we go down the design completion and finalize the specifications, we can have parallel tracks for finalization of the detailed construction specifications to build the plant. As we finish them for the U.S. market, they can be done in parallel with the Brazilian market, working with the Brazilian industry to actually deliver to the Brazilian standards. So I hope that addresses your question.
Almost. No, I understand that well.
If you want to wait, we're targeting 2030 to have a plan.
No, yeah, that's more specific. I understand that well. Maybe Brazil wants to be a partner, but if a partner takes more time, for sure you have the capacity to do due diligence, but this will be a customer. So you go there and see as a customer as a product, okay? But my question is, so your timeline for having a product that is passed through the due diligence, or do you have other things like that, is 2030 or something like that?
First commercial connection we're targeting is 2030.
Mr. Naut, you have your opinion from a consulting company, please.
Well, indeed, because somehow we are there for that also to pave the way for the first steps. It is, at least here, there was a lot of talking about the fact that it's a long road to get to the deployment. And the dream is that one day, hopefully the end of 2030, it will be possible for whichever off-taker to go on the market, say, I want this one, and it's a proven technology, and have it on its backyard. But for the moment, for any new actor that is looking at a nuclear technology, we are engaged to give a really comprehensive, some could call them lectures on how the market works and what are the differences between the technologies, and I think this goes more into the direction of your question: what business models to use? Because this is something that, for the moment, we see, for example, that creating special purpose vehicles. Companies that are dedicated for a project in which different stakeholders come in place and bring forces together to finally deploying something are the best working, at least for small modular reactors. Micro modular reactors can revolutionize that because capital costs are way down, and I believe into a technology with like Vinci proposed by Westinghouse, the business model can be completely different. And once that is, let's say, well proven on the market, tested, and already deployed for a couple of years, anybody could come and put it in his backyard.
Thank you, Fabio. Thank you. Well, please consider the land prototype.
Yes. No. When we speaking about this date, all the Congress and the events that we participate, 2030 is the mystical date. Everybody is working around to have some solid project around this date. So it's not so much different for us. We hope that by 2028, the floating NPP will already solid enough to be sold, because we are going to be up to almost 4 operational units. The 5th unit we are expecting to commission by 2031. So the main concern of Rosatom is to have the first of a kinds inside Russia, to be able to be inspected and visited and discussed and show the numbers, the operation results, and so on and so forth. In parallel, we are trying to do what we did in Russia with the partner countries and the interested to see how we can roll out the studies that we conducted that arrived at this result there in other countries. For land-based, as you asked, is not so different. We are expecting 2028 to have our first operational unit, and by 2031 already at least 2 in operation, so we already have a project that we can say it's feasible, is running, and with the scope that we seek, at least with the hydrogen and desalination solution modules ready to deploy with the SMR solutions. What I see is that we are going to have the first, interested in be the first, involved in first of a kind projects and the followers. There is no problem in any of them. It's a matter of measuring what will be the advantages in the terms of the deal to be a first of a kind, and how much you have to wait as a follower if you are wishing to go down the road. I don't believe that the technology will fall too far from PWR as we are seeing right now. I believe that all the technologies are great, all they have advantage and advantage, but it's a lot. As the study that was conducted by Abdan and we were able to show to everybody, we will need to be down to 4 at most to make a decision, regardless of the general strategic plan and energy plan of the country around nuclear.
Thank you, Juan. Let's try to summarize. The question is, from this sample, from the manufacturers here, we have something in between 2028 and 2030 to be a proven model or a proven technology to that. It's 7 years from now, so yeah. Okay. We don't have time for more questions. First, I would like to thank the audience to be here, to this panel, to remind that the issue of the SMRs continues in the afternoon. And I would like much to thank the speakers here and there, and there. And I would like a cause of applause for them, and have a good lunch, please.